Dr. King, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Shan. Uh-oh, I'm losing you. Let me see if it's my computer that I need to turn up. All right, try again, Shan.
Is it again, Dr. King?
Yeah, you sound distant, but it may just be where you are in the room.
Yeah, it's just me. So I just wanted to make sure I can hear you.
Yep, you can hear me fine.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna mute you.
Okay.
Dr. King, are you still there?
I am still here, Shan.
We're getting ready to start.
Okay.
I'm very sad. You should have a little.
Morning. Let's have one word of prayer and we'll get started. Father God, we thank you this day. We thank you for loving and caring for us. We ask you to forgive us where we failed you. Lead and guide us today. Help us to make good decisions. Give us calm nerves. And just help us to do what's right in your eyes. We ask this in your name. Amen. We're ready to go on the record. The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. Today, we're a 3-member panel of the board, with 1 serving as an alternate, but who will not participate in either deliberation or decision concerning the case. To introduce the board, to my right is Nancy Norris Johnson. I'm Jeremy Cummins. To my far left is Janie Clanton. And we have our Assistant Attorney General, Ms. Kristen Love, who is serving as the hearing officer today. We are ready to begin.
All right, I'll call up the first matter on the docket.
Hey, Jeremy, would you mind putting on the record that Dr. King is attending virtually, please?
Yes, and I apologize for that, Dr. King. Dr. King is attending virtually, and she will be sitting on the advanced practice cases today. I'm sorry about that. Not trying to omit you.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, we're ready to begin.
All right, I'll call up the first matter on the docket. It's a petition involving Cynthia Barfield, license number R-850-011. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceeding, and to ensure that these proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board panel to state their names for the record.
Jeremy Cummins.
Janie Clanton.
Melissa King.
And is the petitioner, Ms. Cynthia Barfield, present?
Yes.
And Ms. Barfield, are you represented by counsel?
Yeah.
And you wish to proceed today without counsel representation?
Yes, ma'am.
And would the attorney for the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
I understand, Ms. Barfield, that this is your petition. So you may begin when you're ready.
Okay. I read a
Oh, I'm
statement.
sorry,
that
I'm sorry,
I
Ms.
want-
Barfield. I need to swear you in, the court reporter, allow the court reporter to say.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth.
Yes.
You may proceed.
I'm here today. I have a statement written that I'd like to read to you, but the reason that I'm here is to petition to get my controlled substance prescription privileges reinstated. In December of 2012, I voluntarily entered myself into inpatient treatment for addiction to opiates. I also voluntarily reported myself to the Board of Nursing. I completed the 90-day inpatient treatment requirement successfully. In March of 2013, I entered the Recovering Nurse Program through the Board of Nursing for 5 years. In March of 2018, I successfully completed the 5-year program. I'm very grateful for this program because I feel like it helped a great deal with my success and sobriety. In August of 2013, I was hired by an OBGYN, Dr. Michael Christie in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, and I'm still working for him today. He wrote a reference letter for me and without reservation supports my decision to be here today so that hopefully I can practice to the fullest potential possible. I have been completely honest with him about my addiction in the past, who has been highly supportive of me and helped me succeed. Although I am not proud of what happened in the past, I feel it has made me a better person and provider. It does not define who I am as a person or a provider. I strive daily to be the best provider I can be for my patients. I have even returned to school to obtain my doctorate of nurse practitioner degree, or doctor of nursing practice degree, so that I can provide better evidence-based healthcare to my patients. Nursing is my passion, and I want to affect the nursing field positively. I was confused about whether to go through the Board of Nursing or the DEA to initiate getting my DEA authority reinstated. I knew I would have to go through both agencies, but I was confused about where to start. I have contacted the DEA last year, and they were willing to reinstate my privileges of writing schedules 3 through 5 for 2 years, and then increase my privilege for Schedule 2 if there were no issues. I halted that procedure because I discovered I was supposed to go through the Board of Nursing first, which is why I'm here today. I have maintained all required CEUs for controlled prescribing, even though I do not have the privileges currently. I have learned and grown from this journey, and I only want what's best for myself and my patients. I respectfully request that the Board of Nursing reinstate my DEA privileges. I'm confident in my ability to practice to my fullest extent and assure you there will be no issues with my prescribing. Thank you very much for your consideration on this matter.
That concludes your presentation?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Salzman.
Your Honor, just want me to ask questions and waive opening.
Well, no, you can proceed with your opening.
Mrs. Barfield previously participated in the Recovery Nurse Program and signed a participation affidavit where she agreed to suspension of her controlled substance prescriptive authority for a total of 2 years. The RNP agreement was entered into in 2013. She was on probation for a period of 60 months. After 60 months, she was sent a letter lifting the restrictions against her license, but her controlled substance prescriptive authority, however, requires board approval. Today, she is requesting that controlled substance prescriptive authority be reinstated, and the burden of proof is on Mrs. Barfield to show her both the compliance with the board order originally and to show any and all evidence as to why that controlled substance prescriptive authority should now be reinstated. Thank you.
Ms. Barfield, you gave your opening statement, the board provided its opening statement, and so now you can proceed with any evidence you want to put into the record.
I have 3 reference letters, character references, and as well as references for my ability as a nurse practitioner. Would you like me to read those?
Yes, you may read them into the record, but also, I'm gonna ask Ms. Salzman if she has any objection to admitting these, your exhibits into the record.
I have no objection. I believe they've been included as R1 within the exhibit list. I'd also ask, it's a little bit out of order, but that B1 through B7 be marked here into evidence as well. If there's no objection.
Is there an objection from you? Admission of their records into this?
Yeah.
Okay, so the records of the petitioner and respondent are admitted into this record. And at this time, if you want to proceed with reading it.
Okay.
you may.
Okay, thank you. This is from Michael Christie, MD, who I currently work for. To whom it may concern, this letter is to state that Cynthia Barfield has been an employee of my OBGYN practice since August 1st, 2013. Ms. Barfield has always been a reliable, dependable, and stable employee. Cynthia is an excellent nurse practitioner. I consider her an asset to my practice. Her clinical decision-making skills are sound and solid. Ms. Barfield's patients absolutely love seeing her and only want her when they come to the office. I would recommend without reservation for her DEA privileges to be reinstated. She has always been completely honest and forthcoming about her history of addiction, but that is obviously in her past. She has never given me a reason to suspect any drug use since I hired her. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. I'm going to have one from James Embry, nurse practitioner, to the Board of Nursing and to whom it may concern. My name is James Embry, family nurse practitioner, colleague of Cindy Barfield. I've known Cindy for 10+ years professionally, working alongside her, as well as a boss supervisor role, owning Diamond Head Urgent Care for 11 years. Ms. Barfield was by far one of my top NPs working with me. Her clinical decision-making is superior to most providers I've worked with over the years. On top of her clinical decisions and her relationships with her patients has always been strong. I've only had great responses about her from her patients as well as staff. I highly recommend Ms. Barfield without reservation or concern. Please contact me if I can be of any further help. And then I have one more letter from a colleague, nurse practitioner, to whom it may concern. I am writing to professionally recommend Cynthia Barfield, nurse practitioner, for reinstatement of her controlled substance prescription privileges. I have known Cynthia Barfield professionally for over 10 years. Her work as a nurse practitioner is exceptional. I have nothing but praise for Cynthia, and I have no doubt she will make safe and ethical decisions when prescribing controlled substances for her patients. I have always known Cynthia to be of sound character, providing safe and evidence-based care. Over the last 10 years, I have personally witnessed Cynthia's excellence in patient care and safe prescription practices. I am certain Cynthia will continue to provide safe, ethical care in all professional ventures she undertakes. I am proud to call her a fellow nurse practitioner. If you have any further questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to contact me.
Any additional testimony or evidence you would like to give right now?
I would just like to say that from where I was in 2012 to where I am today, I feel like I've come a long way in my journey, and tomorrow will be sober 11 years. I would like to thank you all for your consideration for this.
Ms. Osmond, do you have any questions for Ms. Barfield, or would you like to present your any defense?
I just have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
You stated that you, tomorrow's your sobriety date, and what's that exact date?
December 6th,
What year?
2012.
And you participated previously in the nurse recovery program,
Yes, ma'am.
and today you're just here asking for your controlled substance prescriptive authority back.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been sober since December the sixth,
Yes.
2012?
Yes.
And why are you asking the board to reinstate your controlled substance prescriptive authority?
Well, my, Dr. Christie has actually asked me to pursue it, because it would be helpful to have at work. Like, for example, when he's not there, if we have patients, surgical patients that need pain medication or anything like that, and we prescribe hormone therapy, and like testosterone is a controlled substance, and there are certain things that we prescribe that I would need that for.
And have you had any other disciplinary action other than what we discussed here with the
No.
board? Do you have any criminal charges?
No,
Do you currently see any type of counselor?
not currently.
Do you participate in NA or AA meetings, any type of peer support group?
I
meetings?
participate in Celebrate Recovery through my church.
How often do you meet with
Once a
that?
week.
And will that continue even if you get your controlled substance prescriptive authority
Absolutely.
back? I have no further questions.
Ms. Barfield, at this time, the board may have some questions for you.
Sure.
Dr. King? Questions?
None from me. Thank you.
Hearing none, we'll allow for closing statements or any final parting words you may have before we conclude this hearing.
I would just ask in deciding today whether to reinstate the controlled substance prescriptive authority for Mrs. Barfield. I would respectfully request the board panel consider the following factors: severity of the actions that resulted in the restriction, the conduct prior to the restrictions, the subsequent compliance with reinstatement requirements, compliance with board order, and lastly, I'd ask that you consider her rehabilitative efforts, competency to practice nursing, and her ability to safely practice. Thank you.
Thank you. This time I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into a closed session. To determine what grounds exist to execute into executive session to deliberate on the petition for removal filed by Ms. Cynthia Barfield, license number R-850-011.
Make that motion.
Second. All in favor? All right. Dr. King,
Yes, ma'am. Aye.
any opposition? Hearing no opposition, now I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on the petition filed by Ms. Cynthia Barfield, license number R-850-011.
I'll make that motion.
Second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session.
Thank you. Yeah. Are you going through it? I'm confused.
We are back on the record. Board is out of executive session, and I'll ask the members of the panel to state their names for the record.
Jeremy Clemens,
Janie Clanton.
Melissa King.
This time I'll announce the board's decision in the matter, in the petition filed by Ms. Cynthia Barfield, license number R-8500011NP. The board voted to grant your petition.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Really appreciate everything. Okay, okay.
You just been looking in there. Okay, you can also call us too. You have questions. You've got my email, I think, but.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll call up the next matter on the docket. It's a petition filed by Ms. Victoria Sturdivant, license number 901-574 NP R-8900000. This time I'll just introduce myself. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the party, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that these proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. And now I'll ask the board to introduce themselves for the record.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Janie Clanton.
Dr. King.
Will the petitioner, Ms. Victoria Sturdivant. And Ms. Sturdivant, are you represented by counsel? And you wish to proceed without counsel today? And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Ian Salzman.
All individuals that are in attendance today that will give testimony, please state your name for the record. And at this time, I'll ask the court reporter to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd request that we be able to enter B1 through B11 into evidence today.
Do you have any objection to the board introducing those exhibits into the record? Exhibits you want to admit?
Documentation or anything, I mean.
So, at this time, the board's exhibits are admitted into the record as, what are the numbers?
B1 through B11.
So we'll begin with opening statements, And then you can go into your argument in support of your petition. And then board council may have some response to that, and then you may be subject to questioning by the board. So if you want to proceed now with your petition, you may do so at this time.
Yes, ma'am. I lost my DEA, with the board of nursing, I lost my controlled substances, suspended for 6 months, February the 6th. I got with their record, all the paperwork, I signed everything, got with the DEA officer, Mr. Cow, and so I surrendered my DEA on February 22nd. And it was, like I said, suspended for 6 months, I haven't written anything, since it was suspended. I do have like my PMP, a printout of it, but the lady, I forgot her name, said they already have all that, so I didn't submit that. And so I submitted my quarterly employer reports. I have one due September 15th. They haven't been submitted yet, but I submitted all the previous ones. And I'm currently still on probation until February. So I mean, I just don't really know what else to say, and I haven't written any controlled substances. I am requesting today for it to be reinstated. And the reason is it's not just so I can go out there and write anything and everything. I changed, where I was working, I changed jobs due to where I live and stuff, but where I work now is like at an urgent care, so we don't really write anything unless somebody has like a fracture or like they do testosterone on certain patients. And I have asked, people have asked me like with diabetics, because I can go with it, but of course I can't because I don't have a DA. And then like some people want like their safety, and I can't do that if I don't have a DA. I mean, it's not like it's the end of the world. I just don't go ahead and write it, and you can follow up with the other provider and see if they will write it for you. But as far as just writing benzos and opioids and just coming in very feels, asking for increase or anything, that's not. I have learned my lesson as far as of that. Like I have patients that have came in and it was like, I need you to put me. I'm like, no, ma'am, no, sir, I can't write that. Well, why not? That's what I'm here. I'm like, our license doesn't allow us to do that. You'll have to find someone else or go see someone else. I'm sorry. That we can't do that.
This time, board council will give its statement in response to your petition.
Thank you. On February the 6th, 2023, a final order was entered by the board panel related to Mrs. Sturdivant's nursing license. In that final order, she agreed to suspension of her controlled substance prescriptive authority, and the order provided she could petition for reinstatement of her controlled substance prescriptive authority after a minimum of 6 months. She is not yet eligible to petition this board for removal of her probationary stipulations, however, as she remains on probation for a minimum of 12 months from the date of the final order. Assuming that Mrs. Sturdivant successfully completes the remaining terms of her probationary period will end in February of 2024. The burden of proof today is on Mrs. Sturdivant to show both compliance with the board order and to show any and all evidence as to why the Controlled Substance Prescriptive Authority should be reinstated. Thank you.
Well, at this time, Ms. Sturdivant, you can present your arguments and any other evidence you may have in support of your petition.
Do we have any evidence other than like the PMP from like January to December of yesterday before? I don't know if y'all want that or do I have that?
Exhibits, it is.
And then of course, like, when I worked with Dr. Whip, of course, and an employee report, she just wrote, that, I was like an outstanding nurse practitioner, like, she felt like I was built like a bad one, not from y'all, but like from my previous, where I worked before, like my collaborating position, I did, but that's all, really.
This time, Ms. Salzman may have some questions.
Ms. Sturdivant, could you tell us your educational background?
Yes, ma'am. I went to Holmes Community College in Grenada and got my associate's degree. And then I went, and while I was working on that, I got my RN. So I got that at Holmes Community College. I started working at it was called Grenada Lake Medical Center in Grenada. Now it's UMMC Grenada. I worked there, worked in surgery, worked in ambulatory care, and while I was working there, so I got my RN in 2012, and then I believe it was August of 2013, I started at MUW, Mississippi University for Women, and did their online program and got my bachelor's. And then that was completed in I kind of got my dates wrong, but that was completed. No, excuse me, I got my RN in 2011, and I started working in surgery in 2012. So August of 2012, I went to the Mississippi University of Women online, and that was completed in 13. So I got my bachelor's, and I started at UMMC, the online nursing program, and I did their program, their 3-year part-time program. And so I finished my NP program in May of 2016. And I was still working, but then I went like to the ER in Grenada. And then once I got my nurse practitioner, I started in Sardis, Mississippi, working on my 720 preceptorship hours. And then once I finished those, like in February of 2017, then I started at PGH. And then I worked there until my collaborating physician terminated our collaborative agreement. And then that's when I started with Dr. Webb. And then I've been with Dr. Webb up since 2020 to September of this year, 2023. And then now I'm at Express Care in Cleveland, Mississippi.
So you currently work at Express Care in Cleveland, Mississippi?
Yes, ma'am. I started there September 18th of 2020 of this year, 2023.
What did you do between February and September of this year?
I worked with Dr. Webb at Webb Family Medical Clinic. They had 3 clinics in Oxford, Water Valley, and Sumner.
Okay, so you worked for Dr. Webb from February of 2020 until what time in
I worked
2020?
for Dr. Webb from November. I got let go from TGH on October 27th of 2020. And I started with Dr. Webb at Webb Family Medical, November 23rd of 2020. And I've been with Dr. Webb from 11/23 of 2020 to September. Well, I had put in my 2 weeks, so like September 16th.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm probably misunderstanding. February of 2017, you worked at TGH.
Yes, ma'am. I started from February 2017 to October of 27 of 2020. I worked at TGH.
And why were you let go from there?
My collaborating physician, Dr. Robert Carter, terminated our collaborative agreement due to my controlled substances. He had gotten on to me. I went to a class, and then he said that I could write them again. And then he said I couldn't ever write a controlled substance while working at TGH again. And we went in front of like the CEO and everybody, and they were like, well, you and her are gonna have to find a common ground and get along. And we was gonna do like a weekly meeting. He was gonna review my charts and do everything. And we met one time, he said, everything looks good. And then the next week, he just called me in the office with the office manager and handed me the sheet of paper that said, effectively, immediately, I terminated our collaborative agreement.
And you said that was Dr. Carter was the collaborating physician?
Love Carter. Yes,
Robert
ma'am.
Love Carter. Okay, so then in November of 2020, you went to work for Dr. Webb,
Yes, ma'am.
and you worked there through February of 23,
Till this year, till September.
September of
Yes, ma'am.
23. And did you also get in trouble with Dr. Webb for writing controlled substances?
No, ma'am. Some of the patients that were getting controlled substances that followed me from TGH, I asked Dr. Webb on every patient, like, this is what has happened, what is going on, what do you think? And I mean, I went by her recommendation. He even, this is irrelevant, and I don't want to get off on like a goose chase, but when I started with Dr. Webb, he texted her best friend that was a psychologist saying like, don't hire her because she did outrageous things and I got her fired from TGH. Like I have the screenshot of the message that was sent to Dr. Webb of that.
So the things that you're in trouble for before this board occurred while you're employed at TGH, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, of the controlled substances, yes, ma'am.
And tell us the specific basis for the board's actions in February. Why were you in trouble? What had you done?
My final order says that I wrote, patients controlled substances without an office visit, and I don't ever recall doing that, and I could have, and it's just not like ringing in my head, but you know, that was the time with like COVID and all of that, and like if I seen you today and you called and let's just say I wrote you Tylenol number 3 or something, and I gave you 10 or 15 and you call back saying like you're still in severe pain and it's not working, then I would document that in the chart and would bring that medicine back so I could take it to the pharmacy and waste it and would maybe write like 5 or 10 of Norco. So if that's considered writing a controlled substance without an office visit, then yes, I'm guilty of that. But I don't remember just like somebody coming up to me off the street or calling like, hey, this is what I need, can you write it? I don't remember ever doing that. So that was one thing. And then the other thing was that I wrote a controlled substance to a patient I knew or should have known had an addiction problem. And so I'm assuming, don't know that it's the patient that her husband sent me a threatening text message saying, if you ever write my wife, this is your final warning. Don't you ever write my wife anything else, I'm taking her to Parkwood.
Mrs. Sturdivant, do you agree with me that on February the 6th, 2023, that's when you executed your agreed settlement and it was signed by the board panel on that same day, February the 6th, 2020, I'm sorry, February the 6th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
No,
Yes,
and
they-
then on February the 21st, I believe Compliance Officer Vera Rucker issued a letter of concern 1. It says letter of concern 2, but I believe it's letter of concern 1. And it said that you self-reported having prescribed on February the 8th, 2023. What is that letter of concern about?
I had accidentally, well, not accidentally, I was waiting, that was before, like, that was on the 6th, and I didn't get y'all's letter until I believe like the 8th. I have all that, and I sent in. It was some Claritin D and then some Gabapentin.
So you did write gabapentin once after your controlled substance prescriptive authority was suspended.
Yes, ma'am, it was Gabapentin and Claritin D. I was waiting for the,
You did that on February the 8th?
yes, ma'am. It was Gabapentin and Claritin D.
Have you had any other disciplinary actions other than the one that we're discussing today?
No, ma'am,
You had any criminal charges?
no, ma'am.
And could you please tell the board what you've done to be compliant with the restrictions and stipulations that were ordered previously?
I have completed the 4 classes that were required or that I could choose from, and I have submitted my quarterly employer reports, and I have not written a controlled substance since February 8th of 2023.
I just want to go back to that letter of concern one more time. You entered into an agreed settlement proposal, correct, with the board?
Yes, ma'am.
And your testimony today, why did you write the gabapentin prescription on February the 8th?
I guess I was waiting on the final report, like these certified letters, because I never spoke with y'all, though I had a lawyer at the time and he did everything through February the 6th. So I was waiting on like the final order be sent.
So you're saying that your your attorney did not communicate that the ASB had been accepted that day?
If he did, it's probably in my phone, but I was waiting on the received letter.
All right, I have no further questions.
At this time, I'll allow for a board, the panel, the members of the board panel to ask you some questions. Dr. King,
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
you can give your closing statement. Both parties will be allowed to do that, so as final parting words you would like to give in support of your petition, you can do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. In deciding whether to lift the restrictions on the petitioner's license, I would respectfully request the panel consider the following factors: severity of the actions that resulted in the restriction of the Controlled Substance Prescriptive Authority, her conduct prior to the restrictions being implemented, subsequent to those being implemented, her compliance with board orders, and lastly, I'd ask that you consider any rehabilitative efforts, competency to practice nursing, and ability to safely do so. Thank you.
This time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session. We deliberate on the petition filed by Ms. Victoria Sturtevant, license number 901-574 NP R-890-000. All in favor? Aye. Dr. King?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on the petition filed by Ms. Victoria Sturtevant, license number 901-574 NP R-890-000. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session. on the record. This time I'll ask the board panel to state their names for the record.
Nancy Norris Johnson. Janie Clanton.
Melissa King.
Time I'll announce the board's decision and on the petition filed by Ms. Victoria Sturdivant, license number 901-574 NP R-8900. The board voted to grant your petition to reinstate your CSPA, your controlled substance prescriptive authority. And that's it, but the probation, that was the board didn't vote to grant the,
Back in February, to see all three,
correct. That's-
February or April.
It's up to you to file that petition for that and then get on the docket.
I guess I'll just discuss that with my compliance officer, like Mitchell Baker.
Yes.
Closer on. So I just send the letter to petition.
How to, yes, but as far as today goes, the ruling is to grant the petition to reinstate your CSP.
Like y'all say what?
Yes, and yes.
Okay, thank y'all so much.
We will take a 15-minute recess before we come with the next matter. Return at 10:15 a.m.
Did we change the order again?
No,
Who's next?
Ms. Henry. We had Miss Barfield,
We got that up.
Ms. Sturdivant, and then Miss Henry.
Sturdivant.
I was like, I could have gotten them out of order. It's
I'm
possible.
with you. We got out of order during the.
Sorry. I think Miss Sturdivant went as number 2 after. Sorry.
Ready, we're ready to proceed. I'll call up the next matter on the docket. It's a petition filed by Miss Jamie Henry, license number R-867-381. This time I'll ask the board to introduce themselves for the record.
Jeremy Cummins.
Jamie Clanton. I'll introduce myself. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceeding, and to ensure that these proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. The board has handled and stated its name for the record. Now I'll ask if the petitioner, Ms. Jamie Henry, is present. And Ms. Henry, are you represented by counsel? You wish to proceed with your petition today without with this hearing, proceed with this hearing on your petition without counsel representation? Yes. The attorney representing the board, state your name.
Ian Salzman.
And are there witnesses that will give testimony today? It's you. Alrighty, well, at this time I'll ask for court reporters for you.
Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, can begin with an opening statement. Begin with an opening statement in support of your petition. The board counsel may have a response, and then you could then sort of proceed with any case, with your case testimony and what you may have in support of your petition. And at this time, I'll ask if there are any preliminary matters.
Yes, Your Honor, we would move to introduce exhibits B1 through B11 and exhibit R1, which is a collective exhibit, and it's that brown folder that Mrs. Henry has provided into evidence. And we are making a correction currently to R1. The license number on that table of contents is incorrect. So that will be corrected in the record. They're going to make that correction now.
Do you have any objection, Ms. Henry, to the board's exhibits being admitted into the record? And any objection from you, Ms. Salzman?
No, Your Honor.
So those, the board exhibits and respondents exhibits are admitted into the record. Ms. Henry, you may proceed at this time. I understand that they want you to speak into the mic. So please.
You have to move it towards you. You can move it.
Yes. Did you swear in?
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
Petitioning to get the probation removed from my license. I finished with drug court in August of 2020 and have just had this process started. So if I had to work for a year supervised. I finished that in June, and so we're just waiting until I can get about that. To have more probation for you.
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor. On July the 2nd, 2018, a final order was entered by the panel related to Mrs. Henry's nursing license. In 2017, Mrs. Henry was suspended for a period of 6 months based on misappropriation of drugs in Tennessee. In April of 2018, she came before the board panel and requested reinstatement of her license. The panel did reinstate her license and placed her on probation subject to certain stipulations, including completion of drug court. She completed drug court in August of 2020. Today, she is petitioning the board for removal of probation against her license, and the burden of proof is on Mrs. Henry to show both compliance with the board order and to show any and all evidence as to why the probation should now be removed as a condition of her licensure in Mississippi. Thank you.
So at this time now, you may proceed with your case in support of the petition you filed.
Okay, the evidence in the brown envelope, I've included, any of the evaluations that the court required as well as the board. And have shown where I completed. After I had like 8 retreats, outpatient, conferences with the council. I've got from 2017 until yesterday, drug, test, random drug screens, and continuing education that I did before I was able to get back to work. I've got, copies of the NA and AA meetings that I was required to do while I was in drug court. Those are in there. I've tried to do everything, that I can do just so that I can get back to the normal, I'm ready for the first words out of my husband's mouth to not be, did you remember to check in today? He's been a big support, but, we've been doing this a long time.
Thank you. At this time, Ms. Altman and the board may have some questions for you. Beginning with Ms. Altman.
Ms. Henry, where do you currently work?
It's called Health at Home. My part is actually based here in Jackson, but we have clients all up near Mississippi. It's basically respite care. We take care of sick children so that the parents can get a break. Right now, my main client, because nobody else wants to take her, she's 33, muscular dystrophy. She's got a trach on a vent, big tube, just total care. And so the family just needs breaks. So we go into the home and do what needs to be done with these patients.
And how long have you been licensed as an RN in Mississippi?
Since I got reinstated or since
the very beginning.
2003.
Could you tell us your history in Tennessee related to the drug misappropriation?
I worked in Memphis for 13 years. I did 2 double shifts as a charge nurse. We were responsible, usually to have our own patients and also helping all the other, nurses on the floor. And back then, I would have to call lights or do, whatever needed to be done. If nurses were busy, patients would call for pain meds or whatever. So they had a question about how much I was giving pain meds. I actually had a lawyer represent the Tennessee. He recommended that I just, instead of trying to fight the board there over it, just to say, relinquish my rights to privilege in Tennessee and just stay in Mississippi. So that's what I did. I would like to get my compact license back, but Ms. Vera recommended I wait till I get this done before I try to apply to get my rights back to work in Tennessee. And then I worked at North Mississippi Medical Center. I lost my job there for misappropriation of pain meds. And that's when we started the drug court, testing, everything. That was in 2017.
So how long did you test with the drug court?
2017 until 2020.
And when did you begin testing with the board through Spectrum?
I did some before the drug court started. There was a period where I was doing both the Spectrum and the drug court. And then I think Mary Ann Wynn was here then. She had the Spectrum halted because I didn't have a license. And then as soon as I finished with drug court, Ms. Rucker got me signed back up to Spectrum.
So I'm looking at page 32 of the board's exhibits, B11. And it shows negative drug screens, negative drug results, sorry, from April 29th, 2022 until November of 2023. Is that correct? Other than some positive results for nicotine.
And Tylenol.
So you've had clear drug screens over the past year, is that correct?
Yes.
What's your date of sobriety?
2017, like I said, when I started with drug court, those tests are all in here as well, here, the packet I gave you. I didn't have any from. Like it was. My last one was August 10th, 2020. First one was. August 7th, 2017.
So you said your sobriety date was 2017. What's the exact date? Do you know? You don't know the exact date. Do you attend NA or peer support or AA
Yes, the
meetings?
drug court required that we do 2 hours, I think a week, and I've got copies of some of those sheets in your brown packet.
So you did that from 2017 to 2020?
Yes,
Do you do any currently?
No.
And what was your drug of choice?
I used Dilaudid.
And please tell this board panel what changes you made such that they would consider granting your request today.
I mean, I'm a complete different person. This has been a very humbling experience. It's humiliating, embarrassing. It's a lot of stress. You know, this is a prime example of how your consequences affect everyone around you. It's been hard on my family. But we, get up, they all encourage me every day. And at this point, I wake up every day and I want to be a person that my family's proud of. I've got 5 grandchildren now since all this started. I'm ready to just enjoy my family. I'm glad that you guys gave me the opportunity to work even under a probationary period because I feel like I can contribute to our household again. It's been a very long, emotional experience that I never, ever want to go through again.
And no further questions.
At this time, I'll ask the board panel if they have any questions. They do. They have some for you, Ms. Henry, so.
Ms. Henry, my question's this. AA or NA meetings. When life gets stressful, when times get hard, what's going to keep you from repeating the offense? I understand the lesson learned that you also apparently have an addictive trait. So what's going to prevent you from returning before us in 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, when life gets hard again, goes downhill, and you're exposed to drugs that you can take again? Because what happened then can still happen again.
This has been a very stressful, 6, 7 years, drug court. I couldn't even leave the state, without getting permission. I mean, I don't even know how people could keep a job because they were, I was having to go in 2 or 3 days a week to test. And they were weird hours, it's just, this has been a very stressful experience. I've had a hysterectomy in this past 5 years, oral surgery, and I have zero interest in anything that would ever put me in this situation again.
So you're not going to AA or NA meetings? Any counseling?
Well, in my packet, the counselor that you guys sent me to showed a low probability of addiction. The one with the drug court The only thing he recommended, I didn't have to have any kind of outpatient, it was all outpatient, just sessions, and I completed those.
You're not doing anything right now.
No.
What about your support system? You said that you have a husband that's helped you a lot. You
Yes.
have-
I have parents, I have kids, everybody, church members, I've got a lot of people that I feel like I would not want to disappoint again. I teach a youth group on Wednesday nights, I'm trying to put this experience so that others can learn, consequences, for your actions.
Are you gonna remain employed where you're at right now?
For now, yes. I would like to get my compact back, there's all kinds of opportunities for even phone triage, things like that I could even do from home. Down the road, not getting any younger, but right now I'm doing
Additional questions? None, we can proceed now with closing statements. It with you, Ms. Henry.
Thank you guys for letting me be here, I'm looking forward to just, having my life back, It's very stressful, and there's days when, at 9 o'clock at night, you wind down and then you're like, did I remember to log, did I remember to log in, like that. It's just, I'm ready for those days to be done. I'm just enjoying my family. I've got so many more people in my family now to be responsible to. I just want to spoil my grandbabies and contribute to society and contribute to my household again,
Thank you, Ms. Osmond.
Yes, again, in deciding whether to lift the probation on Mrs. Henry's license, I would respectfully request the board panel consider the following factors: severity of the actions that resulted in the probation, her conduct prior to the restrictions being implemented, subsequent compliance with reinstatement requirements and board orders. And lastly, I'd ask that you consider her rehabilitative efforts, competency to practice nursing, and ability to safely do so. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the petition, the hearing and the petition filed by Ms. Jamie Henry, license number R-867-381. The board will announce its decision today, but it's going to deliberate on that matter. So yeah, we want to take up some other matters on the document, so you can wait on that announcement. Just plan to receive your order in the mail. Up to you.
How long can I do this? If I wait until,
Maybe sometime after lunch is when they probably will.
I've got like 4 more hours at home, so
I can call you, Mrs.
you
Henry.
call me.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes. Remember.
Thank you.
Right, I'll call the next matter on the docket. Petition filed by Ms. Shaana Russell, license number R-865-621. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. This time I'll ask the members of the board panel to state their names for the record.
Nancy Morris,
Jeremy Cummins.
Janie Clanton,
And is the petitioner, Ms. Shaana Russell, present?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Russell, are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am.
And you want to proceed today with this hearing without counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
And would the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Ms. Russell, will you give testimony today in support of your position?
Yes, ma'am.
So now I'll ask the court reporter to swear you in.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
Are there any preliminary matters? Any exhibits you want to have? Want to have these admitted into the record? All right, any objection, Mr. Walker, to the admission of the petitioner's exhibits into the record?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibits, I guess, R1 will be admitted into the record. Mr. Walker, do you have any exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor. B1 through B13.
And Ms. Russell, do you have any objection to the admission of those records into the exhibit?
No,
Those exhibits are admitted. So at this time, we can proceed with presenting your petition, but we'll begin with an opening statement from you, and then after you complete your opening statement, Mr. Walker.
Thank y'all for having me here today. I'm petitioning today. I have been in the compliance program for 3.5 years now, almost. I'm petitioning to have the stipulations removed. I've worked very hard and set forth goals for myself as well as those set for me by the board. Completed all of my drug screens, no positive drug tests for 3 years. NA and AA. I've been 3 meetings every week or since actually 2014 when this all started, and that's gonna always be a part of my life. That's just, nothing will change for me today any different other than I might have stipulations removed. Nothing in my life's gonna change. I'm very dedicated to my church. I'm very dedicated to my recovery, my groups, my home group, my sponsor. The people I work for are very much aware of, and I'm very forthcoming with anyone. I want that accountability. I don't want to go back through any of this ever again. I don't want to live that lifestyle. It was never an intentional lifestyle. It started years ago as a result of an accident. I was actually hit by a drunk driver and had 6 surgeries in 1 year. Had no idea that I had an addiction problem until I realized I had an addiction problem. And it never goes away. I'm very much aware of that. I was good for 8 years and had a surgery thinking I had it, relapsed because I had quit doing the things I was supposed to do. I had not been going to the meetings in 4 or 5 years, thought it was a thing of the past. I didn't have to worry about it. Well, it was, and it never is. I realized that it's gonna always be there, and I have to do the things I have to do to keep it at bay and manage it. And I do that with my groups, Jesus Christ, my family, and my work support. So that's why I'm here. I'm just a petition to have the stipulations removed.
Mr. Walker, any response?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Russell is here today asking for the restrictions that were placed on the license in February of 2019 to be removed. Ms. Russell has had a history of substance abuse, which she has spoke about, which led to the surrender of her license in 2014. She also participated in the board's recovery nurse program and then also in drug court in 2018. 2019, her license was reinstated with drug-related stipulations. While under that order, she has not had any positive drug screens. In considering the removal of her stipulations from her license to practice nursing, we just asked the panel to consider her compliance with her order, how long she's been under the order, the circumstances that led to that order, and her ability to practice nursing safely. Thank you.
So at this time, Ms. Russell, you may proceed with your case in support of your petition.
I do have, and you have also a copy of 3 letters of recommendation. One's from my minister, one's from my director of nursing. And the other is from our program director where I work. I work at a psychiatric facility, residential for children. I see a lot of the results of drugs and alcohol abuse and how it affects children, other people, you know. I always have known, but really have come to realize that what you do is not just about you. It really does, you know, it's a long-term effect of, you know, a lot of bad things for a lot of people. So I truly enjoy my work. I'm very successful there. I moved up into the ADON position. And like I said, nothing will change for me. My daily routines won't change. Nothing will change except that I will not be under stipulations and I won't be dropping lots of money every month for drug screens, because that's all that'll change.
Mr. Walker may have some questions for you and the board may as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Russell, will you state your name, your residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Shaana Russell. I live in Pontotoc, Mississippi, and I work for Mill Creek of Pontotoc, which is a subsidiary of Acadia Healthcare.
And what do you do? You said you're ADON there?
ADON.
And how long have you been that?
A year now.
And what were you doing before you were?
I was a cottage nurse.
And before you were at Mill Creek, where were you at before that?
I was, during that time was when I was out, I had to surrender. So I was working in retail.
Okay. So this Mill Creek place is your first time back?
Yes, I've been in
Gotcha.
that one place for 3 years since I went back.
Have you had any issues while you've been there? Any disciplinary issues there?
No.
Can you talk a little bit about and you have a little bit, but when you got your final order, what led to your surrender?
I had relapsed and I was in trouble. And that's when I had to go back and do the drug court thing and everything, because I had doctor shopped and I got reported, and instead of, I just reported myself. I knew what I had done wrong. I hadn't gone to meetings. I thought I had it beat. It had been 5 years that, you know, I wasn't an addict anymore, you know, and I got in trouble. And so I surrendered, went to treatment, started back in meetings. And
You said you relapsed, and you just referenced it again a while ago when you spoke. You said you quit doing the things you were supposed to do. What were those things?
I quit going to meetings. I quit going to church, quit taking care. I just got caught up in life. And then I had a surgery and that support system wasn't there.
And is it there now?
Oh, yes.
What kind of support system do you have?
I have my AA and NA groups. I have my church. I have my work group, my family, friends.
Do you have a sponsor?
Oh, yes.
How often do you speak with your sponsor?
At least once a week.
And what was your drug of choice? You said you were doctor shopping?
Yeah. Hydrocodone.
Was that all you took?
That's all I was ever about.
How long did you use hydrocodone?
The first time, 3 or 4 years, then it was 8 years, and then it was just less than a year.
And that was the only drug you ever really took? So how long have you been sober?
Since 2014.
What date in 2014?
It would have been in January. I don't have the exact date.
So almost, come on, 10 years.
Going on 10 years.
Where you're at currently at your current position at Mill Creek.
Mill Creek Apartment.
Do you have any access to controlled substances there?
I do.
And
It's
have you-
a different kind of controlled substance. It's more behavioral medications for psychiatric patients. There aren't pain meds there. But in my current role, I don't do anything with meds other than, order and things like that for the nurses.
As the director? Do you plan to continue working there?
I do.
And you plan on continuing to attend your meetings and
Oh, yeah.
so why do you think, or why should the panel remove the restrictions on your license today?
Well, like I said, nothing will really change other than having to do the random drug screens. And the only thing about that concerns me is just the pay, the cost of them. Nothing else is going to change for me, really. It would look better as an ADON if I didn't have, this going on. But it hasn't affected me any other way. I mean, other than just the inconvenience of checking in every night and, doing the drug screens.
I just have one more question. How long were you a nurse before you had your incident?
I have been a nurse since 2001.
This was the only issue you've had? I have no further questions, Ross.
The members of the board panel may have some questions for you.
You said you will continue with your.
Yes, ma'am. That's my social life.
Other than, you said you have your husband who helps you with.
My
your
son.
And your son. Said that you went 8 years and then relapsed. What is your game plan to avoid this happening again?
Hopefully not to have surgery, but in the case of that, I will do what I did not do. I will make very much, my physician is very involved in my life, but I will make sure that that's done before I ever get that drug in my system, that somebody's controlling that for me, that I don't have to, it doesn't go home with me, or I don't have the option to abuse it again. That's all I can do, My hope is to never have to have it again for anything.
Any additional questions? And no addition, we can have closing statements now. There are no other questions from the board panel, so we'll move into closing statements. And you can first, Ms.
Well, I really don't have anything else to add. I have a game plan. I've got a good support system. I'm in a very good place. I'm really in the best place I've really ever been in my entire life. And I'm not fooled by it. I know I risk. I know that I know this is always gonna be a problem. For me, it's not going away, but I have to manage it. And that's my game plan.
Walker?
Yes, Your Honor. Just to remind the panel that Ms. Russell's here today asking for these restrictions to be removed. And in considering her request, we would just ask that the panel consider her compliance with her order, how long she's been under that order, and the circumstances that led to her order, and how her ability to practice nursing safely. Thank you.
This time, I will conclude the hearing on the petition filed by Ms. Shaana Russell, license R-865-621. The board will announce its decision today, just not right now. So, you can wait on that or return sometime after lunch. I believe board council may extend the courtesy call. So right now, this hearing is concluded and we're gonna move on to the next matter.
Okay.
Question. Feel like here, well, testing, what do I, that's my question. Is it gonna be, if it's accepted immediately or? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Next up on the docket, petition filed by Ms. Lachelle Bourgeois. License number R-872166. Good morning, I am Kristen Love and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that these proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board panel to introduce themselves for the record.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Jeremy Cummins.
Janie Clanton.
And Dr. King, are you still on our Zoom?
I am.
Thank you. Alrighty, and Ms. Bourgeois, are you represented by counsel? Would you like to proceed with your hearing today without counsel representation? Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
I'll ask the court reporter to swear in all testifying witnesses.
Declare the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, stuff like that.
Thank you. So we'll begin with opening statements, and I understand that this is your petition, so you may begin now.
Here today, to petition to have, restrictions lifted from, my nursing license. I live in Mississippi. Mississippi is my primary license. I'm also licensed in Louisiana. Back in January of 2017, I entered into the Louisiana recovery nurse program for alcoholism. I actually came here back, I think it was 2018, before the Mississippi board, and was allowed to keep my license with stipulations. I've always worked in Louisiana, but I've since completed a 5.5-year program with Louisiana, and I completed that in August of 2022. So, and I'm still currently working there. So I'm just requesting that the stipulations be lifted off my Mississippi license, just to have more opportunities to possibly work in Mississippi or enter into a compact license.
Do you have any exhibits that you want to have admitted into today's record?
I think they're here.
Okay, included in the state's proposed exhibits. Okay, so thank you. Ms. Salzman, at this time, would you like to have any exhibits entered into the record?
Yes, Your Honor, I would move to enter exhibits B1 through B8.
You have an objection, Ms. Bourgeois? Okay, so those are admitted into the record, and Ms. Salzman, you may begin with your opening statement at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. On September the 18th, 2018, a final order was entered by the board panel related to petitioner's nursing license after she had entered the recovery nurse program in Louisiana. This board placed her on probation in order she complete the terms of the Louisiana board order. On or about August the 2nd, 2022, she completed the terms of her Louisiana probation, including completion of its RNP program. Today, she's petitioning the board for removal of probation against her license in Mississippi, and the burden of proof is on the petitioner to show both compliance with the Mississippi and Louisiana board orders, and to show any and all evidence as to why these restrictions should now be removed as a condition of her licensure in Mississippi. Thank you.
So you may proceed now with your case in support of your petition.
Like I said, I completed the five and a half year program with Louisiana, which included, daily check-ins, random drug screens, attendance of AA meetings, 3 times a week. I also completed an inpatient, addiction program in Lafayette, 3 months of outpatient, treatment, and then continuing counseling. Today I still attend AA meetings, still have my sponsor, same routine. I understand that alcoholism is a lifelong addiction. I can never, ever have the thought or option, or alcohol is cannot be an option for me ever again. I understand that it's a lifelong battle. AA has to remain a part of my life. I'm very thankful for the program. I'm very thankful for the recovery program as far as just establishing a routine of sobriety for me. I'm still employed with the same employer. I'm thankful that they allowed me to come back to work. I work in ICU in the hospital and hope to continue that. But I would like I said, just to have other options as far as employment, even though I live in Mississippi.
Or may have no questions for you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is it bourgeois? I gotta write that down. If you would, please tell us your educational background.
I graduated from Culver College Nursing School back in 2005 with my ABN.
When did you first become an RN?
I graduated in May. I started, it was June of 2005. I'm sorry, I think I started my first nursing job, it was August 2005.
And you mentioned that you're currently employed in ICU at a hospital. What is that hospital?
Slidell Memorial Hospital.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2008 until this incident, and then I went back in 2017.
So with your most recent employment with them has been for the past 6 years?
Correct.
You say that you still attend AA meetings?
Yes.
Was your drug of choice alcohol?
Alcohol.
Have you had trouble with any other type of narcotic?
No.
What is your sobriety date?
January 11th of 2017, so in January, sober for 7 years.
Congratulations. And if you would, please tell the board what you've done to be in compliance with the restrictions that they put in place.
The daily check-ins, random drug screens, AA participation, an AA sponsor that I still regularly correspond with and always will. Had stipulations at first as far as working. I couldn't work in critical care for a year. I couldn't work nights for a year. Very structured, very, but every step of the way, all service has benefit. Employee, I guess evaluations, just very strict monitoring as far as employment.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Questions from the board panel? And no questions from the board, we'll proceed with closing statements. You may begin.
I'd just like to thank the board for the opportunity to keep my Mississippi nursing license, with stipulations and just for the overall covering nurse program, just for a second chance, a second opportunity, as far as, and promoting sobriety, and promoting AA and program as a whole. I appreciate it very much. I'm very thankful today.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. In deciding whether to lift the restrictions on petitioner's license, I would respectfully request the board panel consider the following factors: severity of the actions that resulted in the restriction of the license, her conduct prior to the restrictions being implemented, subsequent compliance with reinstatement requirements, her compliance with board orders, and lastly, I'd ask that you consider her rehabilitative efforts, competency to practice nursing, and her ability to safely practice nursing. Thank you.
This time I will conclude the hearing. Now by Ms. Michelle Bourgeois, license number R/872-166. The board will deliberate and announce the decision later today, possibly after lunch. Can't wait on it. You will also receive a copy of that final order in the mail.
Thank you.
The petition filed by Mr. Harold Harmon. License number R-885-582. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that these proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board panel to state their names for the record.
Nancy Norris Johnson,
Jeremy Cummins,
Jody Clanton.
And Mr. Harmon, you are the petitioner,
I am.
and are you represented by counsel? And you wish to proceed with today's hearing without counsel representation?
That's correct.
Will the attorney for the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
Are there, Mr. Harmon, will you give testimony today?
I will.
And Ms. Salzman, do you have any witnesses?
Yeah, Your Honor.
So at this time, I'll ask the court to swear.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, I would ask and move that we introduce exhibits B1 through B14 on behalf of the board. And I believe Mr. Harmon also produced R1 and R2. Is that correct too?
Yes.
Statements. And I have no objection to the introduction of respondents' exhibits.
And Mr. Harmon, do you have any objection to the board's exhibits? So the exhibits are admitted into the record. We will begin with opening statements. So at this time, Mr. Harmon, you can give your opening statement in support of the petition you filed.
Okay, my name is Harold Harmon. Of course, I'm here for a petition for the restrictions to be lifted from my license. First off, thank you for the opportunity to be here, for taking the time to hear my case. Main reason, I would just like to get back to being a nurse. My job, I've been at Jackson Medical Hall, outpatient dialysis for over 5 years. I don't plan on leaving. I enjoy my job. I enjoy AA, I enjoy NA. I'm an active member of the United Pentecostal Church of Barfield. I have a supporting wife who's actually here today with me, with my grandson. Overall, I realize addiction, alcoholism is a disease. There's no cure for it. The only thing that can keep me compliant is my meetings and my support group. What got me in trouble in the first place? I was overworking. I was stressed, 100+ hours every 2 weeks. I didn't have a support system. I stayed by myself. I was just a lone wolf, per se. I had branched out, no longer what you would say an introvert, more of an extrovert. And I do have a good support system. Also, have been the sponsor for several people who have been through the recovery nurse program. I can plan to continue to do that. I'm an active member of my community. I'm on the volunteer fire department, also a CPR instructor. So essentially my point with all that is I've changed everything I was and tried to become a new, more productive individual. So I would not repeat past mistakes. That's all I can say.
Thank you. On February the 15th, 2018, a final order was entered by the board panel related to Mr. Harmon's nursing license. In the final order, Mr. Harmon's license was suspended for 180 days in order for him to meet certain preconditions prior to him being allowed to have a probationary license with drug-related stipulations for a minimum period of 60 months. Today, he's petitioned the board for removal of probation, and the burden is on Mr. Harmon to show both compliance with the board order and to present any and all evidence as to why probation should now be removed from his license.
Thank you. So at this time, Mr. Harmon, you may begin with your case in chief.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again. I do have the drug history statements, which that's been going on for a while. Once my license was reinstated, September of 2018, I spoke from this win, started with Infinity Spectrum. I've had 2 drug tests that were related to my blood pressure medicine. I've had 1 positive drug test with nicotine and neurotic. Other than that, I've had 34 tests. I do have several letters from people I know, lawyers, current coworkers, as well as my pastor. Actually started NA in Carthage, Mississippi before it was even required because I realized I needed some help. I didn't want to wait till I got the final order because truthfully, I wasn't sure if I still wanted to pursue nursing. The main problem was I had a problem. I had a family and I had an addiction and alcoholism problem. So I wanted to make sure before I even started this journey that I could complete it. And that's what I did. And once that was done, I went ahead and I started the recovery nurse program. In between my time before I was back nursing, went to welding school, got my welding certificate. Still do that on the side. Also worked as an ambulance dispatcher in between. And by the time I got my license restored, I worked for security, reinstalling lines, Wi-Fi, different things such as that, access. So I was being productive. I just wanted to make sure that I had what it takes before I pursued this. Because number one, and that's one thing that taught me through this whole program, was how important my nursing license was. I really took it for granted. You know, I got cigarettes. I was like, oh, I just go to school and get a license. But it's more than that. You know, I have a lot of community. Have people call me with questions. I mean, it's an important profession. I can honestly say I didn't take it as serious as I should have. And which is why I'm here today. I'd like to get that off my record, which has been mentioned several times. The drug tests are a financial burden, but it's something I have been committed to, and it's been a struggle, but we continue to take care of that. I am going to continue with my AA and my NA. I've been doing it 3 times a week, sometimes more. Like I said, if somebody calls me with a problem, I'm there. I'm also, again, an active member in a church. We have tried to start Celebrate Recovery, and we did well until COVID hit, and then nobody wanted to come. So we're trying to reincorporate that. Also, with the current sheriff in Smith County, Sheriff Joel Houston, I'm trying to start another program, because AA and NA is kind of hit and miss. If they're not court ordered, they're not gonna show. But I just wanted another option with Celebrate Recovery besides NA and AA. Other than that, besides reading the statements, my letters, I don't really have a lot to add.
Thank you. At this time, Ms. Osman and the board may have some questions for you.
Mr. Harmon,
Yes, ma'am.
you mentioned that your drug of choice was alcohol, is that correct?
Alcohol, lauded, anything I could get, the primary was alcohol, lauded. I was certainly a bad drink.
So what's your date of sobriety?
Date of sobriety is 1/13/2018. I was sober before that, but Dr. Bishop, who I do continue to see every 3 months, had started me on Suboxone, and I was complete at that point with Suboxone.
Do you still take that?
No, I had had it since December 2017.
And if you would, you state that you currently work at the Jackson Medical Mall in dialysis, is that correct?
That's correct, outpatient dialysis.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there since November 19th, 2018.
And your plans are to continue working there?
Yes. I have a supportive crew as shown by the letters. A lot of folks understand. I have people in there whose families have been through addiction and alcoholism, so everybody's been very, very supportive. But it's a good environment.
And I'm looking at Exhibit B7, which is on page 23, your test history report.
Yes.
And it goes, I believe, from 9/25/2018 to this one goes at least to August of 2023.
And we talk about the test sheet.
The spectrum compliance report. And I see that those test results are negative other than a dilute that occurred in October of 2020. And a value out of range that was in September of 22. And you did have a prescription positive in June of 2023 that for gabapentin. Could you tell me about that?
Yes, ma'am. And not caffeine, nicotine.
Tell me about the gabapentin.
Gabapentin, I am a bad type 2 diabetic. My A1C originally was 14, it's down to 7.1, but it did lead me to extensive neuropathy in my feet. I had been on that for years, even before, but I do continue to see Dr. Bishop because he is a psychiatrist. And I mean, because I could go to my regular physician, but I enjoy seeing him. He's been very supportive. He was one that got me started in AA. He was before this, so I'm gonna continue seeing him.
So are there any other medications that you're on other than gabapentin?
Lisinopril, Ozempic, metformin, aspirin, statin that I'm trying to. Herbistatin, I'm not 100% sure, but I am on a statin as well.
And would you tell the board why you're now seeking removal of probation from your license?
Yes, I feel like I progressed. I have completed what was required. And I want to move on to another step in my life. And I want to continue. And that way, when I give my testimony either in church or if I'm sharing in my meeting, I'll say, this was a stepping stone. This is what I completed. You can do the same thing. I want to be more thorough, more supportive sponsor. And I feel like this is an important step for me.
No further questions.
Any questions from the board hearing panel? Hearing none, we will now proceed with closing statements. You may begin, Mr. Harmon.
Again, thank y'all for the opportunity. I mean, I was a proud, silly, stupid person. I almost lost my wife, lost my job, did lose my job. And this has humbled me. Glad to be back here, glad to be back at this point. And I appreciate the opportunity for y'all to listen to me. Thank you.
Councilman?
Decide whether to lift the restrictions on petitioner's license. I would respectfully request the board panel consider the following factors: severity of the actions that resulted in the restriction of the license, his conduct prior to the restrictions being implemented, his subsequent compliance with reinstatement requirements, his compliance with court order, and lastly, that you consider his rehabilitative efforts, his competency to practice nursing, and his ability to do so safely. Thank you.
This time, I will conclude the hearing. And the petition filed by Mr. Harold Harmon, license number R-885582. Or will deliberate and announce this decision later today. You can wait for that announcement, or you can receive the final order in the mail. Believe they may announce sometime after lunch, but I'm not sure the exact time.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Ms. Debbie Pace, license number R-885454. Morning, I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that these proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel to introduce themselves for the record.
Jeremy Cummins.
Jane Clinton.
And petitioner, Ms. Debbie Pace, are you present?
Yes.
And are you represented by counsel? Do you wish to proceed with this hearing without counsel representation? Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
Ms. Pace, would you give testimony in support of your petition today? Walker, do you have any witnesses?
I do not, Your Honor.
I'm gonna ask the court reporter to swear you in, Ms. Pace. Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to introduce an evidence, B1 through B8, and I believe Ms. Pace has brought some medical records for, we'll just call those R1.
The board's exhibits from you, Ms. Pace? Any objection from you, Mr. Walker, to the Ms. Pace exhibits?
No, Your Honor.
So without any objection, the exhibits are admitted into the record. We'll proceed with opening statements.
They request restriction of stipulations to my license and or reinstatement of my RN license. I have been in this program through the nurse recovery program since July of 2018. Prior to that, the initial incident in December of 2017, where I diverted medication from a patient and took it. I then reported myself to the board. I knew that what I had done was wrong. I was dealing with a lot emotionally, severe depression, injury, really bad decisions. I had never dealt with depression before, so I did not have any coping skills. I didn't know what I was doing. Then I've been, of course, through the program, but I've also gone through outpatient therapy. I've gone through a recovery, post-recovery program as well. That was for 2 years. I see a therapist regularly. I see a psychiatrist regularly. They have a stable medication regimen. I have not had any need for any medications that would be outside the realm from normal, any mode altering substances. I attend my AA or NA meetings regularly, 3 times a week as ordered. Also involved in my church twice a week, every week. So I have those things going. I have maintained the same employment since August of 2019. And have been able to extend my duties there into more administrative roles, leadership and direction for the clinic and the small hospital there. Y'all have done very well. I've established a good support system. I've got my mental health under control. Look balanced, and I know how to proceed with my life now. I now have coping skills. I know the nurse learned how to take care of the nurse, which is what needed to happen. I had no idea what to do. And things got stressful. Now I have a much better method. I have abilities, I have skills, I have self-care, I have resources. All those things are things I didn't have. I also know how to recognize the signs when I'm starting to have issues or starting to get into a more depressed setting. And I know how to pull myself out, and I have the resources to do that. To putting this phase of my restrictions.
Mr. Walker?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks is here today asking for the restrictions that were placed on her license in July of 2018 to be removed. Ms. Pace drew a patient's morphine in a syringe and administered to herself while at work. She then attempted to replace the morphine with saline. Ms. Pace was issued an order with drug-related stipulations. Since her order, Ms. Pace has tested positive for alcohol 5 times, that last positive being on October 27th, 2020. In considering the removal of stipulations from her license to practice nursing, we asked the panel to consider her compliance with her order, how long she's been under the order, the circumstances that led to that order, and her ability to safely practice nursing. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Page, you may begin with your case in chief in support of your petition.
Well, as mentioned, there were positive alcohol screens during my 5 years. I would like to address those at this time. Initially, some of this is simply inexperience. I was not under the understanding because I had a drug problem because it was a narcotic. I did not understand initially that this order also included any alcoholic substances. And although I had started to attend meetings, I really had not started to take it to heart as to why alcohol influences drug decisions. So those first 2 screens, I was not notified of. I didn't even know that I had tested positive because I didn't know I was being screened for alcohol. I spoke to Ms. Rucker after the June incident, in which she explained and reiterated why and how that process needs to go forward. I did pay a fine for that incident. And then in August, I actually spoke to a medical review officer at that point because I had predetermined I was gonna do this right. I knew now what I needed to do, and I could not believe that happened. And he determined it was due to a undiagnosed yeast infection, and that somehow that with the medications I was already on had complicated and messed up the readings. So he said that one was okay. And then in October of 2020, I also requested medical review because I know what I put in my body and I know I hadn't done anything. And so what was determined at that time, of course, this is the height of COVID, and we were a very, very small hospital. We were making our own hand sanitizers. And so what was determined is that based on us not having any regulated sanitizer, that was most likely where this came from. That's all that I can address on those. But I did speak to a compliance officer each time, and we discussed the reasons that would explain those problems. I do have my initial letters of recommendation. There have been some sent to the board over the course of time, as well as my monthly compliance and my quarterly compliances for supervised employment.
The board may have some questions for you.
I do. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Pace, will you state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment?
Debbie Pace. I go by number Debbie Pace. My current county of residence is Lee County. I am employed in Marshall County. I work for Alliance Healthcare System and Williams Medical Clinic, which is all part of the same system.
How long have you been working at Alliance?
Since August the 5th of 2019.
And where were we at before then?
I was at Med Plus Urgent Care.
What do you do at Alliance?
I am nurse manager for the clinic and acting director of nursing for the hospital, which is currently only an ER. Through COVID, we lost a lot of staff. And although I do not have the education, they have placed enough faith in me and trusted me to allow me to fulfill that role for them while I can. The first 2 years that I participated in that role, I had a co-DON in order to teach me how to do it, but also to observe and make sure that I was practicing safely. I was never in practice without them for about 2 years.
So when were you first licensed?
In June of 2010.
And other than an incident that occurred with you in 2017, I believe is when you said it occurred, have you had any other disciplinary issues?
No, sir.
Have you had any issues as far as your employment goes, not before this board?
No, sir.
Can you tell us what led to you diverting morphine at work?
I initially started with a car accident in 2012. Found out I broke 3 bones in my leg and ankle, but they were not able to find that out because I also found out that day I was pregnant. So I got to work on a boot for months without any treatment until I think it was 4 months in and my foot was still blue. And they finally agreed to do an MRI and found the broken bones and had to reset. So that was the first time I'd ever had narcotics that I recall. And I was pregnant. So it wasn't a problem at that time. Went from there after I had my baby. I had really severe postpartum depression, even went into psychosis and was very heavily medicated. I think I scared my therapist a little bit at that time because he really heavily medicated me, over medicated me. So we went and got a different therapist and brought all those medicines back down. Then got pregnant again and had another child and had postpartum depression again. Not psychosis that time, just depression. And that working nights with a newborn and a 3-year-old and the continued pain from that accident where the damage in the hip occurred, all of that together just got me to a point where I made a really terrible decision. I decided that I would rather try something to help in that way than to actually seek the help that I needed. And so I did the wrong thing.
So is morphine your drug of choice? Is that what started
It wouldn't have been, no, it would have been Dilaudid, but I didn't have access to Dilaudid.
So morphine was what you did. Have you done any other drugs?
No.
Just morphine? You mentioned depression. You probably said this a while ago, I just missed it, but to get on the record, are you currently seeing somebody for depression?
Yes, I see both a therapist. I see a therapist right now once every week or every other week, depending on scheduling. And I see my psychiatrist every 3 to 6 months, depending on.
And what all are you taking for?
Trintellix. We actually titrate the dose. I have severe seasonal affective disorder. So in the summer times, I often don't have to have any medication at all and do perfectly fine. But I'm able to start seeing the symptoms and we start to titrate up. And I see the therapist determine how much to go up until we're comfortable through the winter. And then we titrate back down in the summer. It's pretty cool.
What would you say your sobriety date is?
It is, because I broke my leg not long after the first treatment. So I consider my official real sober date 6/18 of 19. I've been clean, opiate free since 12/20 of 18. But I broke my leg again trying to get the kids out of the house during a tornado. And I did take opiates controlled, and I had someone actually give those to me. So I didn't use these medications at that time, but I did take them. So I can't count the time prior to that.
So you got your order in, did you receive a copy of this order?
Yes,
So on page 16 of that ever, 16 of that order, or I'm sorry, on page 16 of your exhibits. Number 12 says, because you said earlier you didn't know that alcohol would be tested. It says in that order on number 12 that alcohol is tested.
yes, sir, it does. It's just something I overlooked.
And you've had 5 tests for positive. The first was, it says this order was in July of 2018, and I believe you tested positive as early as December.
December.
Is that just because you didn't think you had a problem, or because you didn't think alcohol was being tested for?
Both. So I didn't think it was a problem that applied to me. And I didn't realize that they were testing for it.
And so it looks like, and I know you said something about hand sanitizer earlier. I'm sorry, I missed it, but
Yes, that was December 2020.
so when were you contacted? Do you know when did you find out that, because you had several more tests, like in June of 2019 and July of 2019, and, oh, I'm sorry, July was negative. I apologize. August, yeah, it was positive. So when did you find out that you should not have been drinking alcohol, other than you should have known when you got your order?
That June time is the first time that my compliance officer and I had a conversation. I did not know that this December, January had come up positive. I don't think I was using the app right, or however you want to put it, but I wasn't notified in any way. There was no notification, hey, you had an error in your screen. So I didn't know. And then when she contacted me in June and said, hey, this has already happened, I was shocked, but also doubly determined that I was going to prove that I was going to do it right. I was going to do it the way they wanted me to do it.
So you say, I'm just going, you said that your sobriety date would be June 18th, 2019?
Yes.
Is that sobriety from morphine, or are you talking about sober at all because you had your positive tests in August?
Because, well, the August, again, that was not alcohol. That was medically determined to be a medical issue. So yes, I still consider that after that 6-5.
Okay. And did you say you had a sponsor?
Yes, I do.
And how often do you communicate with them?
About once a week. We talk on Facebook a lot more than that, but about once a week we talk on the phone.
And you do AA meetings, is that correct?
Yes, I was initially only attending NA meetings because, again, that's what I thought my issue was. And I had to learn that I need both. I have to follow both in order to protect me from the other.
Do you plan to continue doing AA and NA?
I do. I've gotten into a really good routine. Got it around it where I can make those meetings regularly. And it's just everyone in my life now knows that that's what's happening. Also, I would like to state as well that as part of this process and recovery and therapy that I've gotten, I was able to leave a 23-year abusive relationship. And that has also really helped me to be able to do what I need to do to take care of myself.
So do you have a support system now?
I do.
Do you think that's what, I guess in going forward, how do you plan to stay sober?
All of those things. I have really good support. I have, my work family is where I spend, Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. And they're aware of the issues that I've had. I've been able to work with them, even speak to some of the churches there about sobriety and give presentations there and to some of the meetings there locally. My boss is well aware. I'm going to continue to do my meetings. It's something, like I said, it's part of my routine now. I don't intend to change anything about that. And so learning that you have a problem and learning how to deal with it are two different things. But I do feel that through this process, I have learned to manage my issues.
I'm gonna go back to where I should have asked this while ago. I apologize. Where were you getting the morphine from? Was it just from the facility you were at?
Yes.
So you were just taking it from the facility?
Yes.
Did you self-report that, or?
Yes. And that was just the one time that I actually took it.
It was once. So why should the panel, why do you think they should remove the stipulations from your license?
I believe that I have been able to show that I am a trustworthy nurse who can practice safely and confidently. I don't have any intention of leaving my job. I honestly don't know what I would do if I did. And that's a good thing. I love it. But I don't feel going forward, it doesn't help me to have to constantly have someone reporting on me. It just doesn't help my situation. I have been able to handle medications all the way from, Tylenol all the way to Dilaudid, which would have been something I would use. Without any problems in that way for the entire time. That's not been an issue that I've had. Able to dispense medications. A lot of it, I think too, was realizing that it was a disservice on my part as a nurse to divert those medications. Not only did it leave me in a position where I was not capable of taking care of another person, but that those medications were not intended for me. And learning those things again, it's been a big learning process for me. I've learned how to manage things. I've learned my obligation as a nurse and learned to appreciate that obligation, as well as shown that I can safely practice nursing.
And you said depression is what led to it to begin with. Is that correct? I was gonna ask what you have in place, but you said you also see a therapist and a psychiatrist. Is that kind of what you're using?
I do both.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the board here in panel?
You're a director of nurses at a small rural emergency hospital. Does that hospital have an in-house pharmacy?
Yep.
Okay. So at no time are you doing any type of drug destruction or anything such as that? The pharmacy handles all of that.
Yes, pharmacy handles that. I do have the ability to emergency override a medication. If I record that medication and where it was dispensed and all of that, but it's not something that I've done very often.
So I guess my question is, you've been there since 19. What level of accountability do you have there, being in a senior role at the hospital? What level of accountability do you have to ensure that nothing does happen? Because life happens. Things can be really great today.
It does.
In 2 months, things can be horrible.
I'm constantly observed. Although I am directing nursing at the hospital, my primary employment is at the clinic, where I am observed by 3 different providers all day, every day.
Right.
There is not an opportunity. I have to hold other people accountable for their medications and where they go and where they went to. I'm the one who finds those discrepancies if there is one, and has to research and answer to it. I have to figure out a way to get to it. Taking that role, taking charge of that, for me to be accountable, I have to submit to drug screens there as well. I instituted a random drug screening policy there because it is a small hospital. It would be easy to take medication if someone wanted to. And so I instituted that program there. They really were not, they had it, but they weren't using it. And so that's something that the lab randomly pulled up. These days, these people have to get tested, which is something they weren't being very careful of. And I like to think that I help them to appreciate why it's important that we can check those things.
And I believe I understand that you said that AANA is now part of your life.
Yes.
So if your restrictions are lifted, you plan to continue
Absolutely.
with AA.
Absolutely. Through COVID, a lot of, everything kind of got shut down. And so a lot of my meetings went to phone or web meetings. And one thing I really have come to love about that is I have no reason to not make a meeting. I can make a meeting anytime, any place. I've got a list of 15 different meetings I can attend, and those same 15 are the same ones I rotate through. So they're used to hearing from me. I'm used to hearing from them. And now we finally have meetings again in Tupelo, where I'm from. So I can now catch 1 or 2 a week, if depending on my schedule, 1 or 2 a week in person. So it's been nice to have it back, but I like having those resources, because if I'm having, of course, I've always got a sponsor and I've always got the reach outs that I can make, but I can always catch a meeting. That's something that has really helped.
Will you continue to have an active sponsor?
Yes.
So you'll have somebody holding you accountable to.
She fixes me. Yeah, she is. Fired.
Any additional questions? We'll proceed now with closing statements. You may begin.
I just appreciate everyone's the time today and the opportunity to be heard. It has been, a full 5 years. It's been through COVID. It's been through a lot of things, and I do feel it is an accomplishment to be able to come here today and say that I am over and I have a good plan going forward. Forward to the opportunity. Responsible.
Yes, Your Honor. I wanted to remind the panel that Ms. Pace is here today, asking that the panel remove the restrictions that are placed on her license. She has the burden. While under her order, she did test positive. In considering that request, I would just again like to ask the board to consider her compliance with her order, how long she's been under that order, the circumstances that led to her board order, and her ability to safely practice nursing. Thank you.
This time, I will conclude the hearing on the petition filed by Ms. Debbie Pace, license number R-885454. The board will deliberate and announce the decision in this matter probably sometime after lunch. But the board will issue a written final order that you will receive in the mail consistent with that announcement that's made. So you can wait on that, or you can wait for receiving the mail. So. This time I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to deliberate on the petitions filed by the following licensees: Ms. Jamie Henry, Shaana Russell, Ms. Michelle Dubois, Mr. Harold Harmon, and Ms. Debbie Pace.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, now I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on those matters.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session. The board is now in executive session and will return with its decisions in these matters. Thank you.
Your Honor, we have one more Bishop that's here. Is there a time, an estimated time I could tell her to leave for lunch and return? Just
Okay, 1 or 1:15?
okay. Thank you.
At this time, I'll ask the members of the board to state their names for the record.
Jeremy Cummins,
Janie Clinton.
Melissa King.
I will announce the board's decision. The petition filed by licensee Jamie Henry, license number R-867-381. The board grants the petition. In the matter involving the petition filed by Ms. Shaana Russell, license R-865-621. The petition is granted. In the matter involving the petition filed by Ms. Lachelle Bourgeois, license number R-872166. The petition is granted. In the matter involving the petition filed by Mr. Harold Harmon, license R-885582. The petition is granted. In the matter involving the petition filed by Ms. Debbie Pace, license R-885454. The petition is granted. That concludes the announcement of the board's decisions in these matters. A written final order will be mailed to the petitioners consistent with this announcement today. I'll call up the next matter on the docket. Number 2023-0910. Licensee is Miss Ronda Bishop, license number R-887172. Good afternoon. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel to state their names for the record.
Jeremy Cummins,
Janie Clinton.
And our alternate,
Melissa King.
and will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
Is the licensee, Ms. Ronda Bishop, are you present? And Ms. Bishop, are you represented by counsel? Yes, ma'am. I have a few questions for you. You understand that you have a right to an attorney to represent you today during this hearing? You understand the severity, the nature of the charges pending against you, and that it could result in the revocation of your privilege to practice nursing and licensure here in the state of Mississippi? And do you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf today? And you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf today? And notwithstanding the same, you wish to proceed without counsel representation? This time I'll ask all individuals that will give testimony today to identify yourselves. Will you give testimony on your behalf, Ms. Bishop? And
Rebecca Martin.
so Rebecca Martin and Ronda Bishop. So at this time, the court will read me.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask that exhibits B1 through B7 be entered into evidence as
Do you have any objection to the admission of these exhibits, Ms. Bishop? All right, so those exhibits are admitted into today's record. Do you have any exhibits you want to have admitted, Ms. Bishop?
Just I did want to say that I did complete my ethics course and my legal aspects of nursing course. And I just recently, I just put the money together for my bond, but I do have it that I have not had a chance. A hearing, and I just got the money for my bond 3 days ago.
Do you want to have the record showing you completed the course admitted into the?
Yes, ma'am.
So those are admitted and, well, sorry. Ms. Saltzman, do you have any objection to?
I think that the legal aspects of nursing course you're referring is B7, so I think we already have that. And is there another document that you have?
My ethics course, but I didn't think I could bring it today.
Okay, so you don't have that certificate? Okay. But I don't think there's, okay, I don't think there's anything
From the respondent.
to introduce other than the legal aspects of nursing, which we already have in here.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so I'll just state briefly how we'll proceed. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, we will allow for closing statements. So we will proceed at this time with board counsel. And they'll begin with their opening statement, and then once they finish, you can give a brief opening statement too. Houseman?
Ready for me to do an opening statement? Sorry. I just wanted to make sure in B7, you do have the legal aspects of nursing certificate. Is that correct? In your packets? Okay, I just want to be sure that that has been corrected. We're here today because Mrs. Bishop has violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1F, and that she is negligently or willfully violating any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. Today, the evidence will show that the Board of Nursing issued a final order related to her license to practice nursing on February the 8th, 2022, that incorporated an ASP executed by Mrs. Bishop. In that order, Mrs. Bishop agreed to pay a $500 fine within 30 days of the order, and she agreed to attend a legal aspects of nursing course and an ethics course within 90 days of the order. In November of 2023, after receipt of this disciplinary complaint, Mrs. Bishop attended the legal aspects of nursing course that she was ordered by the board to complete no later than May the 8th, 2022, and that is contained as Exhibit B7. To date, Mrs. Bishop has still not paid her $500 fine that was due on March 8th, 2022, and she has not submitted documentation that she has completed the ethics course. As such, she remains in violation of our final order of this board. Thank you.
This time, Ms. Bishop, you may give your brief opening statement.
I would just like to petition to try to get my license back and to remove any restrictions and have a chance to explain to you guys the financial situation that I've been in since the agreed proposal settlement that was done in 2022. When that started, I was pretty far along in my pregnancy with my daughter, and I didn't have a job whenever we signed the agreement proposal. My contract had ended, and I think I had applied for several different positions, but I hadn't gotten a call back. And I think it was the first part of March when Mr. Randy from Wesley called me to come in for an interview with them. And so I went in and interviewed with them and explained, and he asked me, did I want the job? And I said, yes, sir. And I explained to him that I probably wouldn't make it through the contract because my due date was June 6th, and he said we'd work around it. So I started working there. I don't think I was able to work for like 3 or 4 weeks maybe because my blood pressure was so high. And I started showing signs of preeclampsia, so they took me off work early after only working 3 or 4 weeks. And 3.5 weeks before my due date, I went into for an appointment, and my blood pressure was through the roof, and they ended up admitting me to the hospital that day and started induction the next morning. Then I ended up having to have an emergency C-section, and I was off a total of like 20-something weeks without pay, no maternity leave or anything. And upon returning to work, Mr. Randy contacted me and asked me would I take the PRN position because they didn't have the contract. So he did. And I went to work, and would work. I'd get like 3 days a week to work, and then the census would drop, and I might not hear from him for 2 or 3 weeks, or I would
go in and they would flex us off early or either flex us off more days that we had on the schedule. So I've applied to probably 6 different job positions, but I've not been able to get anything so far. And so it's just been financial situations. I've recently moved back in with my mama to help save money. I've not lived there for 20-something years, but I've been cleaning houses here recently to try to make the money up to get this caught up and paid for. But this has been an extremely stressful situation. I'm a single parent. And I hope that they'll give me a chance to make this right. And I won't ever have to be back in this position again. I love my job as a nurse.
The board's case, in chief, you have an opportunity to present your defense.
The state calls Rebecca Martin. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
My name is Rebecca Martin. I reside in Madison County and I work for Bordon Nursing.
How long have you worked at the Board of Nursing?
About 3 years.
And what position do you hold with the board?
I'm a compliance case manager.
And what does a compliance case manager do?
Monitor nurses that have discipline on their license.
And what are your duties in this role?
Collecting documents from them when they submit them regarding fine payments, educational courses, drug screenings.
And once a final order is entered, and in this particular case, were you the assigned compliance case manager originally?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So did you take it over from a compliance case manager that has since left the board?
Yes, ma'am.
And why are we here today?
When I received the case, she had not fulfilled at that point any of the required stipulations that were on her license. She has since did the legal aspects of nursing.
If you would please turn to what has been marked as B3. That's on page 4, and identify that document, please.
Her license verification.
For who?
Ronda Bishop.
What's the license number?
887172.
And what type of nurse is she?
A registered nurse.
And what's the status of the license?
She's administratively inactive.
And what's the license issue date?
1/13/2011.
Please turn to exhibit B5 on page 6 and identify that document, please.
This is the notice of hearing. And second notice of hearing.
And what is it notice as the hearing date?
Tuesday, December 5th, 2023 at 8:30 a.m.
And who is this addressed to?
Ronda Bishop.
And if you would please turn to the next page, page 7, and identify that document.
This is the complaint.
And who is listed as the respondent on the complaint?
Ronda Bishop.
And what is the charge listed against Mrs. Bishop?
Is that respondent has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure.
And what are the specific facts listed in support of this charge on the complaint?
Respondent entered into an ASP with the Board of Nursing, and a final order was entered on or about February 8th, 2022, incorporating the terms of said agreed ASP. In the agreed settlement, the respondent admitted that she refused to submit to a reasonable suspicion drug screen while employed as a nurse at Wayne General Hospital in Waynesboro, Mississippi, after she was observed by facility personnel exhibiting signs of impairment on or about June 9th, 2018. Respondent agreed to pay a $500 fine and agreed to complete certain educational courses. As of the date of the filing of this complaint, respondent has failed to pay the $500 fine within 30 days from the execution of the final order, and has further failed to submit written verification of the board that she successfully completed the legal aspects of nursing course within 90 calendar days of execution of the order.
If you would please turn to what's been labeled as page 9 and identify that document.
This is the order of suspending license for Ronda Bishop.
Okay, and when was the license suspended?
October 9th, 2023.
And if you would, please identify pages 10 and 11 as well.
This is the green certified mail greeting card with her fixed signature, with Sean Bishop's signature on it.
Is this verify that she received a copy of the notice of hearing and complaint in this case?
Yes.
If you would, please turn to exhibit B6, which is page 12, and identify that document.
This is her final order.
And does it incorporate an ASP that was executed by Mrs. Bishop?
Yes, ma'am.
You would turn to page 15 of the final order and under the penalty section and tell the panel what penalties were ordered against Mrs. Bishop.
She had a $500 fine. She had to attend the legal aspects of nursing course, an ethics course, and a conference with her compliance case manager.
And I believe it was your testimony earlier that she did complete the legal aspects of nursing course recently in November of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
But she has not paid her fine to date.
No, ma'am.
And she has not submitted evidence that she completed the ethics course.
Not to my knowledge.
And if you would, looking specifically at paragraph 9 on page 15, what did the respondent acknowledge in that paragraph?
That respondent accepts the above penalties and acknowledges that respondent's license privilege is being granted on condition of full compliance of these terms. Failure to adhere to any of these terms of this agreed settlement proposal may result in further disciplinary action against respondent's nursing license / privilege.
And can non-compliance with the final order of the board result in further disciplinary action against a licensee?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions for this witness.
This time, Ms. Bishop, if you have any questions for this witness, you may ask them at this time. Any questions from the board hearing panel for? Ms.
So my understanding is that, she was summary suspended on October the 9th, 2023, after failure to pay fines that were due March the 8th of 2022,
Yes, sir.
19 months late.
Yes, sir.
Any additional questions?
So let me follow up on that. So prior to being summary suspended, she was able to work as a registered nurse with no restriction on her license.
To my knowledge, I got her case in September of this past year, so I wasn't her case manager from the start, so I'm assuming yes.
No additional questions for this witness from the board.
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor. We rest.
Okay, the state, okay, so board counsel rested this time. So now, Ms. Bishop, you may present your defense against the charges pending against you.
Like I said earlier, you know, I was just in large financial issues, and I still am at this current moment. I love nursing, I love what I do, and I would love the opportunity to be able to go back to nursing. I should have called and talked to somebody about what was going on and the reasons that I wasn't able to pay it at the time, but I was just scared.
This time, Ms. Salzman or the board may have some questions for you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Bishop, could you tell us where you have worked as a nurse since February 2022?
Wesley, ER, at Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
So you were working there in February of 2022?
I'm trying to think, I was in Mobile, Alabama, up until, I think I'm gonna say January. It might have been December, I can't remember what day it was, and our contracts ended there, and then I started at Wesley, the 1st of March, 2022.
And I believe you said you had a baby in June of 2022?
In May.
May.
She was 3.5 weeks early. They took her, maybe my due date was June 6th, and they took her May 23rd.
And I believe you testified you did not work for 4 to 5 months after you had
Yes,
that baby? And then where did you go to work after
Mr.
maternity
Reddy-
leave?
Mr. Reddy called me and asked me would I be interested in a PRN position back at Westlake, and I said yes.
And is
I
that
don't
the
want
same
that there.
position that you were in until you were suspended?
Yes, ma'am,
And would you return to that position?
absolutely. I love it there.
And when were you first licensed as an RN?
In 2011, January.
Have you had any other disciplinary matters before this board?
No, ma'am.
Could you tell us about the underlying issue that resulted in the disciplinary matter in order to begin with?
Yes, ma'am. I worked at one general hospital for probably about 8-9 years. And I think it was just. Listen, I've had several drug tests and stuff, but no, I've never had any other problems at any other facility or anything. Several negative drug tests I've submitted throughout that. I've never had problems with drugs or alcohol. But the ER manager come to me one day and was saying that I was nodding off at work. At one period, this happened twice, come to me, and I ended up being positive for the flu at this time, so they sent me home from work. And then this happened to me again, and I ended up just resigning. I didn't realize, I never meant to walk out and not take a drug test. That was not my intentions whenever I left there. It was just.
So on 6/9/2018, you did not refuse to take a drug screen?
They asked me, I just said, whenever I resigned my position that day, they asked me when I was leaving, was I gonna take the drug screen? And I just said, I don't see any point at this time, at this period. I never intentionally didn't take a drug test. There was no reason for me not to.
So then in 2022, in February, you executed an agreed settlement, and today, do you understand that you were to pay a $500 fine within 30 days of executing that?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that you were supposed to complete the legal aspects of nursing course within 90 days of executing that? And complete the ethics course within 90 days as well? And is it your testimony today that you have completed the ethics course?
Completed the ethics course, I'm sorry.
And why have you not submitted documentation to the
I was
compliance
gonna
case
submit it all
manager?
at one time. I didn't know why. I was just planning on submitting it all at one time. But then when I got to reading 3 days ago, when I went to get my money order and everything to submit all of that, and it said that I needed to submit it 5 days before, and I just.
Do you have any history of substance abuse?
No, ma'am. I even went to counseling whenever this was going on to begin with, and they said I had a low rate for substance abuse. I've never had any problems with drugs or alcohol.
Have you ever been in any type of treatment programs?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever attended NA or AA
No, ma'am.
meetings? Do you have any criminal history?
No, ma'am.
You ever been arrested?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board here, panel?
Ms. Bishop, again, do you realize that it's been 19 months?
I do, but I've been so far behind in everything.
And where I want to be sympathetic with you on that.
I understand. I'm not
You
making
understand that since 2022, there's not a healthcare facility in the state of Mississippi that don't need nurses. There's plenty of work to be done, and if
I have applied to like 6 different positions, and I've not gotten a call back.
I guess what I need you to see is what the board's seeing, that you're 19 months late on paying your fines, you're 18 months late doing your one course that you did turn in, you're 19 months late doing the others. And it's a representation to the board that you don't take this serious and you really don't want your license.
I do.
Any additional questions?
This ethics class that we don't have in here, when did you take it? Do you know?
I don't remember the exact date. It's been several months ago.
If it's been several months, it's been more than, that doesn't cost anything to submit that to the board. It should have already been submitted.
I just didn't, I just was planning on just submitting it all at the time.
Is it my understanding that you said you do have the money now?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll just reiterate one of the points that Jeremy's trying, that we're looking at is right now you're suspended from nursing because you don't have your stuff together. You're in charge of taking care of sick people. You need to have your stuff together. Especially in the ER, because you hold someone's life in your hands. And if you don't have your stuff together personally, how are we to expect
I love my job.
for you to handle someone else's life if you can't handle yours? That's what it boils down to. Being a nurse is a lot of responsibility.
I'm a great nurse.
Additional questions? Follow up from you?
No, Your Honor.
Proceed now with closing statements and begin with Ms. Sauce.
The Compliance Division works with licensees to assist them in meeting the terms of their final order, and unfortunately, Mrs. Bishop has not paid her fine, completed the legal aspects of nursing course 18 months after it was due, and has failed to complete or either submit documentation that she completed the ethics course, which she agreed to have completed over 20 months ago. Per the final order, the fine should have been paid by March the 8th, 2022, and the classes should have been completed by May the 8th, 2022. It has been more than 18 months since the board ordered Mrs. Bishop to complete certain stipulations contained within that final order as a condition of licensure, and she has not yet completed those stipulations. It's the duty of the board to protect and safeguard the public, and Mrs. Bishop has failed to demonstrate that when given the opportunity to do so, her ability to be compliant with the board's orders. Based upon her continued noncompliance with her final order, we would request the board take such disciplinary action as is allowed pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 7315-29-2. Thank you.
You may give your closing statement.
I just want to thank you all for letting me come here today, and I hope that I get the opportunity to make this right and fix it, because I love working in healthcare. I love my job as a nurse, and it's just been really hard this past year. And I just want to get my life back together. This has been the most stressful time of my life, and I don't ever want to be back here again.
So thank you. This concludes the hearing in case 2023-0910. Ronda Bishop, license number R-887172. The board will deliberate and render its decision today. The decision will be announced today. And also you will receive a written order in the mail consistent with that announcement thereafter. At this time, before we decide whether or not to deliberate on this matter now or take up other matters on the docket, can the attorney for the board sort of tell us what's next up on the docket?
We don't have any additional licensees here today. I believe Mr. Walker does intend to briefly go through Mrs. Bordon's case next. But we could do that after deliberations if the board chooses to do that. But Mrs. Bishop is the last licensee that's present today.
Is it possible for us to take up the ASPs before we go back?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. We have 3 ASPs for consideration today, which is Stephanie Washington, R 898648, Ashley Glasgow, R 876398, one is Barbara Bro, R 700029, and we have William Needham, who is an NP in 902873 NP, and his RN number is R 871926. And I believe there is one voluntary surrender as well for Amanda Harris. And Amanda Harris is P 321767.
And what about Emily Strong?
That one as well. It's R 873166.
From our docket,
There are a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ASPs for consideration and 1 voluntary surrender. Make sure I have that number correct.
well, it's just with Needham and Harris, they were on the docket for Wednesday and Thursday.
They were,
Okay.
and we've been in touch with those individuals, and they know that their ASPs are coming today, or their attorneys, either one.
Okay. Righty, so at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into executive session. to deliberate on case number 2023-0910. Case number 14565, case numbers 2022-0292, 2023-0335, and 2023-0599. Case number 2022-0471, case number 2022-0469, case number 2023-0793, and case number 2019-0011, 2019-0487, 2021-0547, and 2021-0562. The motion is to go into closed determination to deliberate on these matters. Oh, whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on these matters. A second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, I'll now entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on the stated matters. Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is in executive session and will return with its decision in these matters. Are back on the record. At this time, I'll ask the board to state their names.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Jeremy Cummins,
Cheney Clinton.
Are you here with us?
Melissa King, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, I will announce the board's decision in case number 2023-0910, Ms. Ronda Bishop, license R-887172. The board found you guilty of the charges in the complaint. The penalty imposed is a 6-month suspension. Before the expiration of that 6-month suspension, the following will be imposed as well: a formal reprimand, a $500 fine, which must be paid before the expiration of that 180 days, 6 months. And oh yes, completion of our submission of documentation of completion of the ethics course and the legal aspects of nursing course. That concludes the announcement.
Thank you so much.
Now I will announce petitions on the ASPs and voluntary surrender submitted. Case number 14565, license R-8986. The board accepts the agreed settlement proposal. In case numbers 2022-0292, 2023-0335, and 2023-0599, Ashley Glasgow, license number R-876398. The board rejects the agreed settlement proposal. In case number 2022-0471, Wanda Scarborough, license R-7000029. The board accepts the agreed settlement proposal. In case number 2022-0469, Ms. Emily Strong, license number R-873166. The board accepts the agreed settlement proposal. In case number 2023-0793, Mr. William Needham, license 902873 NP R-871926. The board accepts the agreed settlement proposal. In case numbers 2019-0011, 2019-0487, 2021-0547, and 2021-0562. Ms. Amanda Harris, license P-321767. The board accepts the voluntary surrender. Approve the announcement related to those matters. Here are your folders. The rejection is in here as well. Oh, and one needs to be signed by Melissa, so we just need a staff to email it to her. She's waiting on it, and then she can sign it to the back. What's the next matter?
Your Honor, if we could take up, case number 2023-0846, Cynthia Bordon.
All right, I'll call up the next matter on the docket. Case number 2023-0846, Cynthia Bordon, license R-872945. This is a summary suspension. And this Ms. Bordon? Okay. It's ready, sorry. Ready, okay. All righty. If we are ready to proceed, I'll say I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board hearing to state their name for the record.
Jeremy Cummins.
Janie Clanton.
We have Dr. King serving as our alternate. Dr. King,
Melissa King.
thank you. Now at this time, I ask the attorney representing the board to state your name for the record.
Brandon Walker.
And if the licensee, Ms. Cynthia Borden, present.
Your Honor, she is not.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Borden is not present today. Can you briefly sort of give some details on the notice provided to Ms. Borden of today's hearing, and whether or not she has requested any sort of continuance or stated a reason why she can't be here today?
I can, Your Honor. We mailed out a notice of hearing via certified mail to the address that we have on file, to Ms. Borden, that contained her notice of hearing and her complaint and her summary suspension, noticing her of a hearing on December 5th, 2023, today at 8:30 a.m. We received that back, the green card back signed by Ms. Borden, showing that service had been completed. That's also one of the exhibits we plan to introduce. We have checked the sign-in sheet outside. She has not signed in. She was noticed for a hearing at 8:30 this morning. As it's now nearly 3:30, we still have not heard anything from Ms. Borden requesting continuance or that she would not be here today.
It appears that Ms. Borden received notice of this hearing and has not provided any reason why she cannot be present for this hearing today. So we will proceed with the hearing. Mr. Walker, do you have any witnesses that need to be sworn in?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Tawanda Jones.
Ms. Jones, please state your name for the record.
Tawanda Jones.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to introduce into evidence B1 through B12, with B12 being the video surveillance.
Those exhibits.
Your Honor, if we could seal those, because the video does, you can see the patient, and the patient's a minor.
Those exhibits are admitted, and they are admitted under seal. You ready to proceed, Mr. Walker?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Borden is before the board because she abused a patient that is not only a minor, but also a vulnerable minor. Not only does she verbally abuse the patient, but she also physically abused the patient. The panel will see a video today of Ms. Borden's actions that are just unacceptable for anyone, much less someone with a nursing license. The video alone will show that she is guilty of every charge in the complaint and that she should not be allowed to keep her license to practice nursing. Based on her actions, there's really no way to know how many times she has abused patients in the past and just not gotten caught. Pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, the board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Borden. Specifically, we'll be requesting the board revoke her license to practice nursing to protect the public. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wanda Jones. Ms. Jones, will you state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Tawanda Jones, County of Residency is Rankin, and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you been at the board?
I've been here at the board for 6 years.
And what is it that you do at the board of nursing?
I investigate cases regarding nurses.
If you will, in the exhibits, we turn to page 4 and ID that for the record, please.
Page 4 is a license verification.
And when does it show that Ms. Bordon was first licensed in Mississippi?
She was first licensed in Mississippi on August the 18th, 2005.
And what was she licensed as?
She was licensed as a registered nurse.
And if you will, go to the complaints on page 7, and we tell us the charges against Ms. Bordon. You can just read off the number if you need to. You don't have to read the whole.
Code.
Mhm.
Okay. Charge number 1, the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health and safety of the person under the licensee's care. Charge 2, the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 3, the respondent has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. Charge 4, the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely 30 Mississippi Administrative Code PT 2820R 1-2Y, intentionally or negligently causing or allowing others to physically, sexually, emotionally, or verbally abuse a patient.
And on that same page, can you kind of give an overview of the facts that support those charges?
Okay. On or about August 25th, 2023, the respondent was employed by PedioCare Nursing Agency when it was reported to the agency that the respondent had been engaging in inappropriate behavior in her care for a vulnerable minor patient. The report came from the parents of the patient after the father heard the respondent make unprofessional comments to his daughter. The family then reviewed several hours of video footage and discovered multiple incidents of both verbal and physical abuse. Want to read the video? In one video, the respondent aggressively grabs a leg of the patient and asks, "What the F-U-C-K are you doing?" In another video, the respondent slaps the face of the patient and stuffs a towel in the patient's mouth, telling the patient, "This is what you are to chew on." And in another video, the respondent acts as if the patient is a pillow and leans back on the vulnerable minor patient while the patient is in bed.
Thank you, Tawanda. If you will, flip over to page 12, and can you identify that for us?
Page 12 is an informational request for criminal prosecution for the respondent.
And who's named on that request?
The name on the request is the state of Mississippi versus Cynthia Bordon.
And do you see what crime it's listed on that request?
Yes, felonious infliction of physical pain or injury upon a vulnerable person.
On that said, there's a synopsis there. Will you read that for us? But if you can, leave out the names that are on there.
Okay. On the date of August 27th, 2023, at approximately 1640 hours, the mother of the patient filed a report on the respondent and stated that her 15-year-old daughter, who has cerebral palsy and isn't mobile or verbal, also, she is developmentally delayed and requires total care. The caretaker is a respondent, a registered nurse, and the parent the respondent was talking to the child through the home camera, and the parent overheard the respondent being mean to the child. The parent got home and reviewed on her home camera system and noticed that the respondent had been physically abusing the child. On the date of August 24th at 8:56 a.m., the respondent slapped the patient in the face and bent her left hand multiple times and shoved the cloth in her mouth. On August 21st, 2023 at 1:56 p.m., the respondent squeezed and bent the left hand. On the date of September 8th, the investigator with the Baldwin Police Department went and had her picked up.
So just based on that report, that wasn't an isolated incident, was it? It happened on different days?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next page, page 20. Can you tell us what that is?
Page 20 is an incident report that was filed by the agencies, and it was completed by the owner of the nursing agency.
Okay, and if you would, just for the record, we read what that says.
It says that on August 25th, 2023, I was made aware of by the parents of the pediatric patient that reported an occurrence of inappropriate behavior by the respondent. The owner spoke with the patient's nursing supervisor and reviewed the initial video footage provided by the parents. The footage showed what appeared to be inappropriate physical discipline by the respondent of a minor child. After further conversations were had, the owner learned that on August the 24th, the father of the patient overheard the respondent make a concerning comment to the patient that prompted him to review video footage from the camera located in the patient's bedroom. And over the following several days, the patient's parents had discovered video footage of multiple incidents that were concerning. These video clips were shared with the owner of the company. When considered into the totality, this footage showed a pattern of verbal and physical abuse by the respondent. The behavior is a clear violation of pediacare policy and the respondent's employee agreement. The respondent was terminated on 8/28/2023.
Thank you, Tawana. So that also says that she had made a habit and it wasn't just a one-time incident, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There's on the next page, it's kind of looks similar to what we just looked at. Can you identify that?
The next page is an incident report written by the facility and the supervisor for that respondent.
And what does it say in the complaint? What does it say that Ms. Bordon did when she was confronted about the incident?
Well, in this report, it says that the respondent denied the allegation after being told about the incident on video.
So does that give you any indication that she knew it was probably wrong?
Yes.
Okay, if you will go over to page 35. You identify that for the record?
Page 35 is a termination letter from the nursing agency.
And does it say what the reason for her termination was?
It does.
Can you read that for us, please?
The reason for your termination is behavior that is inconsistent with the ethical standards of pediacare. This behavior includes inappropriate verbal and physical treatment of a patient.
Thank you. And these videos that were mentioned, you've seen these videos?
I have.
Okay, we'll look at those. If we can play the one that's labeled 8/23. I don't know that we have sound.